just get along with each other and put away our problems or whatever it is. We just need to forget about everything and just have a good time here tonight. It's really that simple.
Connected to Channel Theo.
This ain't what I signed up for. Fighting relentlessly. Why we always gotta keep score? Our words are a weapon me. Is it too hard to ask to revive what we had? A sky full of stars in the world in our hands. I wish that our futures be more like our past. Can we make it last? While we slowly fall apart, I try to save our damaged hearts. Will you trust? While we slowly fall apart.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Weenie.
Correct. Correct.
John says Neovamisbist says.
How's apps going?
Madam Fabulous says.
S1V0 ready stare.
Translated from German.
As good as they can go, I suppose. I haven't counted them, but the list is long. I suppose I should do that. At least one today. Madam Fabulous, good morning. How are you?
GM Theo.
John says Neovamisbist says.
I was about to ask if you've looked at government jobs. But that's why you're in this situation.
Maester says.
Good morning, Maester. I'll look at them, even if it's just to get something going temporary.
Madam Fabulous says.
I am well as you are old.
I am well as you are old.
Madam Fabulous says.
Let's go.
Translated from Polish. Whamma says.
Building painful bot on Python or having pain while the bot is being built.
Both.
John says Neovimispist says.
Wow.
I didn't know if I
see
can
how it
get.
is.
It's not supposed to go below 100. You're not supposed to be able to get yourself below 100, but apparently I can assign you lower than negative. I can assign you into the negative. Spectacular.
Dick.
Let's get Gumbies
Translated
out of the
from
way.
Dutch.
Wait. Now that it is negative, can I go lower?
I bet it'll go to 0 if you try it again.
Supergirl says.
Oh, hello.
Hack the Planet says.
There he is.
Good morning, Supergirl. How are you doing? Good morning, Tagora. How's it going? Oh, you don't need to. You just run status. That's weird. Yeah, so I fixed it last night. I was vibe coding and I fixed it. I don't think I can
John
do the
says
whispers,
Neovimispist says.
so
Probably the ad.
I took out the whisper functionality and put back in printing to the terminal. Where am I? Evil Corp.
Nothing in this world that's worth having comes easy.
Hack the Planet says.
Refactored as a Node.js app?
No, I don't know how to. I don't know. I don't know how to program in JS.
John says Neovimispist says.
Make it C.
We can do that. You want cookies?
The only way to learn is by playing. The only way to win is by learning, and the only way to begin is by beginning.
John says Neovimispist says.
When is the drawing?
Hoz says.
Morning, everyone.
John says Neovimispist says.
I need to win the pie.
I feel like cookies are website attacks.
NeoVim is best.
That's bullshit. Burp SQLI XSS. Oh, what was that? Oh, it translated something.
El Rajanho says,
Text to speak means we can make a robot say Theo is a big poopy head, but I would never do such a thing.
Well, wait a minute. You just did? No. The bot did it for you? I'm already confused. Right. Burp, SQLI. Cookies would be in burp.
Hack the Planet says,
So what's the plan?
I'm going to get into Juniper here. And then, or no, I want to take a look at some jobs real quick, and then Juniper. Back on Juniper. So I heard back from the one. It turns out they need a little bit more time to put together the approval
John
for
says
the
Neoveniscist
position.
says,
Let's get this man a job.
Or a job. I'll take a job. Maybe I should come up with a redacted resume also. You have an OMG cable? What's OMG cable for? Drop and tailgate? I think that's at Evil Corp. Try drop for me. It should boost your OMG, yeah. OMG cable help you earn 309. Cool. Cookies. What else would you use cookies in? Burp? SQLI? No. XSS? Let's just leave burp. Yeah, you don't have to be at the location to get those now. Okay. All right. That's all I wanted. It's back up and running at an acceptable level. That's not a command.
Yeti says,
Describes me, back up and running at an acceptable level.
John says Neovemiscist
That's
says,
Lol.
Yeti says,
Good morning, shipmates.
Good morning, Yeti. How you doing today? I'm slouching big time.
Madam Fabulous says,
Because old.
That's why I'm slouching. I'm actually in pretty decent shape right now.
John says,
I'm doing both
Neovimismus
body
says,
weight,
Theo needs to do all
strength
four
training,
workouts.
and body weight, strength training, and where's the lid? Cardio. Thanks, pause. Gladly. Oh, take a bucket. Thank you. Oh. Thank you for the exercises. Pause. How are you doing today? Yeah. Wait a minute.
Pause says,
Not as sore as are about to be. Lol.
That shit. Those are nothing now. I can crank those out no problem. In fact, I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'm going to do that.
John says, Neovimismus says,
Ha.
translated from Tagalog.
He's a weenie and won't adjust to what he should be doing.
Wise Stone says,
How things going, Theo?
John says, Neovimismus says,
Should be 20 of each.
$20 of each.
Web link.
Pause says,
I could make it 20 of each if they would re-unlock lol.
John says, Neovimismus says,
Oh.
translated from Portuguese. Wise Stone says,
Did you have that job interview yet?
So I had the initial call, but I heard back from the person I had that call with, and they are in the middle of creating the role. So they just have administrative tasks that they got to do before they pull me in for a in-person interview. Uh-oh. What is that? What was that sound?
Well, that's a good first step. Glad to hear.
Yeah. Yep. Let's have it. With my resume.
Pure says,
How's the job hunt doing?
It's about the same as it was last time, which it is frustrating. But it is what it is. I mean, it's more about a shotgun approach at the moment. So I'm
Oof.
John 2.0
Yeah.
on YouTube says.
Theo is a weenie.
Correct.
John says Neovamisbist says.
I agree.
You are commenting on both platforms to talk shit and agree with yourself. Yeah, it's about the same. Thanks for asking. I've had one introductory call. I'm waiting for them to get back with me for an in-person interview.
And then
I have none of those.
Cure says.
Cool, fingers crossed.
Yep. Something will come along. Until then, I'll just keep plugging away and keep plugging away and keep applying. I can't click on any. I don't have any of these.
Have you set up a zine before? Harley wink.
Yeah, a security onion.
We saw, we kicked its ass.
So I mean, I can mention it as on my home lab project on my home lab.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Hi, Jess.
wow.
27
Cure
months.
says.
Might want to blur as well.
Yeah. Hi, Jess. Good morning. Hope you are well. Hope all is well. Thank you. Thank you for the sub.
Jess says.
Hi, Theo.
Madam Fabulous says.
Love.
27
Translated
months,
from
Jess.
Norwegian.
Thank you. Cybersecurity professional
says-
specializing
I
in.
know. How have you put up with me for so long?
Stop it.
John says Neovamisbist
Stop
says.
it.
I have you beat, Jess.
Cybersecurity professional
By 1 month
specializing in
alone.
incident response. No. Delivered enhanced security protocols at a major federal
Close
agency
says-
by identifying
I'm off to work.
vulnerabilities
Chat.
and
Make sure
automating
he does his
testing.
workout while I'm gone.
Skilled in using bat. Oh. Best Python for proactive threat analysis and effective reporting. Yeah, demonstrate strong monitoring. Delivered operational cybersecurity services, emphasizing vulnerability analysis, automated reporting, support incident response. It's adding stuff to it to make it, but it's not accurate enough.
John says Neovamisbist says.
That means I believed in him more than you XD.
Oh my god. All right. He was sus to me at first.
Yes, he was sus to me at first.
Yes. Very sus. Let me go to the bathroom and I'll do those exercises.
B7H30 giggle.
Hey, chick.
John says
Check that out.
Neovamisbist says.
Truth.
I
truth.
got that skull shaver.
I took a gamble.
I'm learning how to use it. I don't know. Yes, that one. Cypher. I went and I went to the store and they had it this time. Like I wanted. At first. I'll tell you why I didn't find it the first time. I know exactly why I didn't find it the first time. Just very smooth. You missed some. I missed some spots. No, I didn't. No, it's. I can't go any shorter than that. Maybe. I'm getting used to using it. That's my eyebrows. I'm not shaving my eyebrows. There aren't enough bits on Twitch to convince me to shave my eyebrows. Shave this off. No, I'm not ready to shave the beard off. Let's not be ridiculous symmetrics. At least 200 grand. My sister said I look like Megamind. Isn't that meme? I don't look anything like him. Mini mind. The metrics is on fire. All right, we got all of them, right? There we go. Push-ups, burpees, squats, leg lifts. Actually, I could probably do V-ups instead of leg lifts. M24, hey, how are you? Jess is not a fan of Apple also. I don't know why you guys hate on them. Actually, I wish I got into Android. They're cheaper. Really? You can see my bags more. You can see my bags more. Exercises are done. Oh, I sent my Sonys back. I had them for less than a year, and then they wouldn't hold, or no, it was almost 2 years. And they wouldn't hold a charge. The one wouldn't hold a charge. And I thought for sure I was going to have to fight with them, like tooth and nail, but apparently a lot of people have problems with them. So as soon as I mentioned that they were not holding a charge, you're like, no problem. We'll send you a return label and send them to our people that fix them up in New York, and we'll get them right back to you. So
Metric says,
I only shit talk things I've used. I own several MacBooks and Apple products, iPads, etc. all kinda trash.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Jess, what are you up to today,
Even
Jess?
the AirPods Pro's quality are meh.
Metric says,
It just works as garbage that simpletons regurgitate emo.
John says Neovamisbist says,
The sound is aight, but I have issues with them.
Metric says,
Yea, all linear audio lower than prosumer level are meh.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Give me a pair of Anchor or something instead once these die.
Jess says,
Just finished doing a bit of packing.
Oh, yeah. Is that for a trip or probably not? I'm not sure.
Grey Hatter says,
You should make custom molded professional grade EMs.
Jess says,
Yep.
No, for the situation you know about.
Yep.
Grey Hatter says,
Best side project I've ever done.
M24 on YouTube says,
In this current time in which company or organization working.
Metric says,
I'm not looking for a job, M24.
Yeah,
Thank you.
haven't had EMs you don't get to talk about in-ear audio quality lull.
I don't know, what the hell are you talking about? In-ear megaphone? What are you talking about? IEMs. In-ear monitors.
In-ear monitors.
I'm
Grey
actually
Hatter says,
thinking about changing these to in-ear
Metric
monitors.
says,
Zero latency. Lossless.
As opposed to Bluetooth, right? Yeah, I don't know if I like. Cybersecurity professional specialized in incident response. I couldn't say that. Delivered enhanced security protocols and major federal agency. What does that
Grey
mean?
Hatter says,
Enhanced security
The difference
protocols.
between earbuds and EMs is EMs are tuned to sound correct, versus earbuds which are tuned to sound good for genre.
Jess says,
I struggle to find earbuds I can use. My ears are too small for most.
M24 on YouTube says,
Can you provide me roadmap of cybersecurity I want to take in this job?
M24, good question. I don't know. I'm still on the roadmap myself. If you're interested in cybersecurity, then start with Try Hack Me. Thank you for that, Whitestone. I don't necessarily like giving that to people, but I think M24 could use the roadmap like that. That. Yep. Just start. And don't limit yourself to just penetration testing. There's blue team positions, red team positions, GRC. Like, look at all of them. Okay. So my advice is going to be different because I'm over in the States, but I think it's close to the same. You got to look at all of cybersecurity, the entire field, and then decide on a specialization and then work the education to do that.
Hack the Planet says,
Also includes firewall configuration, access control lists, and so on.
Well, I mean, I guess I could. No, I couldn't leave that in there either. Basically, my whole resume would be the same. I would just have to adjust the summary. Let's see what else is here.
Here's the thing, nobody really keeps all of the information about how to configure this stuff in their heads anymore. I know what these things are conceptually, and use a lot of Google foo to get to implementation.
Yep. That's why it drives me nuts, like when I just get flat out rejected for some of these roles. I can learn how to do them. I've learned how to do them. It's frustrating.
Metric says,
Yay. Einstein famous quote here. Just say to them. How many of your staff would be able to answer this question right now on the spot?
Right. Oh, cybersecurity director. Look, there's a cyber GRC.
Hack the Planet says.
You could totally take a director of cybersecurity position. D.
Smetric says.
God love you.
Why don't you pull a 2020 COVID career pivot and get into coding? Smile, smile.
One Kedra on YouTube says.
Isn't Juniper / Vandy one of the most vulnerable software out there?
One Kendra, what kind of
YOLO. That's why I think you should apply for everything that kinda looks interesting. I've gotten hired for more roles I'm not qualified than I've gotten interviews for ones I'm overqualified for.
Okay, Gray Hatter, but how long ago was that? Like, I am applying for penetration testing positions and I'm not even getting an interview with penetration testing experience. Like there's something else at work here. But I guess I shouldn't let that deter me from applying to the jobs. So your point's taken. One Kedra, I don't know. Is it? And do you have an article or do you have stats to back up your claim? Number one. Number two, one of the companies that I'm vying for, they're a Juniper house. So, I mean, like, whatever. I mean, you know, how vulnerable is something? Like, if it's patched correctly.
Literally my whole life, and my friends have said similar things to me.
Smetric says.
Apply to everything. I think it's all a broken sim.
Grey Hatter says.
Carrot this.
One Kedra on YouTube says.
Market is crap, RN.
I hear you.
Smetric says.
Thank you, but I can't let that deter
I've
me.
applied to hundreds of jobs and got literally 0 response. I think the system is broken.
Grey Hatter says.
I think I'm going to take off
Juniper
my.
is more popular.
I think I'm going to take off my
security
first.
reputation.
I think I'm going to take off my first college go round. Honestly, I don't like to think this way, but I think I'm being old person discriminated.
Microchip is the worst when it comes to security.
One Kedra on YouTube says.
I've seen the source code in their developer and smiling for stats you can see for yourself. Lol, you.
I don't know. Look,
Smetric
Kendra.
says.
Hey, welcome to the channel, Kendra.
Dude.
But like, give me something to chew on. I don't know anything about you. If you think the source code is not good in their developer environment, that's fine. The stats I can see for myself. I don't even know. Like, you're the one. I'm not trying to get shitty, but you're the one that brought it up. So give me an article, give me something to look at to back up your claim. And that goes for anyone. That's not just you.
That's 100% my belief.
All right, I hear
One
you.
Kedra on YouTube says.
Your best bet is networking with people and getting referrals.
And that is my third. Piece of advice I give other people. And I agree with you. I am. I'm going back through all my recent contacts. I have a few that are in the industry at places that I want to work at, and I've reached out to them. What I need to do is I need to go face to face. I need to find face to face things and grip and grin with people. Thanks, Kendra. Kendra, thank you.
Smetric says.
I think they see 30 plus years coding experience and they're being ageist AF.
Madam Fabulous says.
The only person allowed to discriminate against your age is me.
Smetric says.
Third. Second being make your bed.
Grey Hatter says.
Jesus, I hate Twitch.
Gray Hatter, why? I got all that. I understood all that. No. I mean, I still watch that. I watch that video almost every day still.
My screen keeps crashing.
Okay, let me know what you missed and I'll repeat it.
Stream, I'm screaming fine.
There's a cybersecurity engineer, new, just posted on the 12th. So what was this? Cyber incident response analyst. Okay, I'll do that one next.
One Kedra on YouTube says,
Yes, I got my first job accidentally. I was teaching randoms reverse engineering on Discord. Someone from the company was there and offered me a job, lol.
That's cool. Well, Kedra, I've been streaming on Twitch for about 4 years now. I do mentorship at the local university. I present there once a year for their hack hack conference or whatever you want to call it. Hopefully something like that works out too.
Network harder. Market is crap, but I'm sure you will find something.
Thank you. I will find something.
Says,
LOL reverse engineering equals easiest way to code spammers.
Code spammers. What? Whoa, active TS with polygraph. Jeez. I have, wait, what do? They deactivate your clearance? I mean, I have clearance.
You have clearance, Clarence?
What is airplane?
Grey Hatter says,
TS/SCI? Or
I don't know.
just S/TS?
Public trust. I don't know what it is. I asked and I never got a good answer back, so I know it's public trust.
Symmetric says,
No, not top secrets, if
Translated
that's
from
what TS
Latvian.
is. Qualifications,
Grey Hatter says,
bachelor degree
Probably yes.
and 9 years,
Symmetric
master's
says,
degree and 12
no.
years. Isn't that backwards?
Look, they capitalized, and in the qualifications.
One Kedra on YouTube says,
Clearance reminds me, I couldn't get 2 great roles cause they needed NATO, Federal TSC, and I'm not from NALO.
Anders Krogstrop on YouTube says,
Is this the real Theo or the imposter?
This is the real
Smiley face
Theo.
emoji.
Beep boop. Hey, fix it. Good morning.
Fix It says,
Hi, how's everything going?
Good as it can go,
Smile.
fix it. Thanks for asking. How are you doing today? Look at this. Bachelor's degree and 9 years experience, 9 years or more experience. Master's degree and 12 years or more experience. So they want more years if you have a master's?
Grey Hatter says,
You wouldn't be able to get this job. The TS/SCI is a hard requirement.
Wise Stone says,
The active TS/SCI is what hurts me.
Symmetric says,
You could get this job.
One Kedra on YouTube says,
What was your last troll about?
Symmetric
testing.
says,
If you put your mind to it and grinded.
Grey Hatter says,
You can't get TS/SCI on your own. You need a company to sponsor you.
So this is an act of poaching. This is poaching on their part.
Wise Stone says,
I've been trying to get someone to sponsor me.
Barcode Taurus says,
Anders, I'm sure it's the imposter that IT ain't painful enough.
Wise Stone says,
Or prior service.
Pure says,
Basically.
One
Yeah,
Kedra
say
on
if you have
YouTube
active
says,
and you were sponsored by
Pen testing is in
your
what? Network,
Yes,
web app,
yes,
AD,
yes.
etc.
Yes.
Grey Hatter
Pen
says,
network,
There are a lot
web
that
app,
say able to qualify
AD,
for something along these
mainframe,
lines. You qualify
and
for
a
all
little
of
bit
them,
of cloud.
unless you have a warrant or something.
Tech Penguin says,
Here I am now, entertain me.
Grey Hatter
Penguin.
says,
Great to
Yes,
see you.
they're
How you doing
poaching.
today?
Fix It says,
Just apply anyway, saying you're okay with getting it then.
Wisestone says.
AWS or
I
Azure?
still wouldn't let it stop me from applying.
Smetric says.
Cloud is such a stupid buzzword. Can we all
AWS,
elect to
Azure,
eliminate cloud
whatever.
from the glossary?
That's how they describe it. I'm just repeating what they do, what they're saying.
M24 on YouTube says.
Can you provide me roadmap of cybersecurity, please?
Grey Hatter says.
Okay.
You don't have.
I have whatever. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So look, M24, we already told you the roadmap is you. You go and do it. I know you're not used to hearing this from creators or streamers or YouTubers who say they have the roadmap. I don't have the roadmap. I'm on my own roadmap. This is what it looks like. Ready? This is what it looks like. Up and down, back and forth. If you need a roadmap, do the work.
My chores /
Cool.
Smetric says.
Yay. Cloud. To seem more light and safe and warm and fuzzy.
Grey Hatter says.
Cypher Enigma agreed. That's why I used quotes smile smile.
Roadmap? Think in narrowly.
One Kedra on YouTube says.
Cybersecurity is an umbrella term, lol. Find your niche in the umbrella and recursively research on it.
And
Easy.
that's what we told M24 already. Great advice, Kedra. Welcome to Painful IT. Thank you for joining and echoing what we've been saying. Sorry.
Wisestone says.
Give us that phone number, Tongue.
Fixit says.
Fixed it.
Tech Penguin says.
You need to make your own road, no one walked before, so how do you expect there to be a map?
Smetric
All right, I'll try to
says,
get through this as fast as I
We are
can.
each our own cartographers.
No, but like I get it. I get the question. What's a roadmap? I get it. Like when you're looking for someone to help you with the most optimal path, but just there just isn't. There just isn't an optimal path. I mean, there is. You get lucky. Every once in a while, someone gets lucky, but it hasn't happened to me. So don't worry about a roadmap. Like, do what Kedra said. Find a niche. If it's pen testing, if it is red teaming, if it is blue team SOC analyst, if it's governance, risk, and compliance, whatever. And then once you find what you're passionate about, then you focus like a laser on that.
Wisestone says.
That being said, Theo gave you a starting point and I provided a roadmap. Me either.
Dayloop says.
Hi.
Smetric says.
Hi, Dayloop.
Most optimal? Hell, I'll take a convoluted one so long as the directions end up at the end goal.
One Kedra on YouTube says.
Otsaria Labs have great series of articles on this paradox of choice and process of mastering.
And we already
skill.
told you, go to Try Hack Me. Go to Try Hack Me, and they have a paths, career paths offering
Hack the Planet
where you can
says.
look at each of these things.
Optimal path is a straight line,
Yep.
but most people don't have straight line career trajectories throughout
Nope.
their lives.
Nope.
M24 on YouTube says.
In my college, not working practical.
Okay.
Pure says.
You don't want to be a SOC analyst.
Don't listen to Pure.
Fixit says.
Roadmap, don't play games all day smile. I kinda spent too much time on Dune this week lol. Smile.
Tech Penguin says.
It's okay.
On
Fix
a
it.
serious note, a path to what exactly? Only if you know exactly where you want to go, people can provide directions.
Hack the Planet says.
Web link. Web link.
Dayloop says.
How's it going?
Good day, Loop. How are you? It's going as good as it can go. How are you doing?
M24 on YouTube says.
In my college, non-working practical teachers in college said CGPA is important for taking a job.
I don't know what CGPA is. And you're in India, so my suggestion may
we
not
all need a break
translate.
sometimes. Smile, smile.
Dayloop says.
How good can it go?
I'll tell you how good it can go. I'm above ground, and I'm still fighting. Like, you win.
One Kedra on YouTube says.
Forget college unless it's something like ASU, CMU, and other colleges with hacking conference or CTF teams. Your college won't be useful. Cybersec is a very self-dependent spaced field.
Well, I don't know if I necessarily agree with forget college. Going
Dayloop says.
Looking back,
You are in a basement.
we talked about this before. Prior to COVID, you couldn't start a conversation with someone for cybersecurity without a degree. You couldn't. So it's changed now. I think you can if you have the proper certifications, or you have. We talked about it. Certifications, projects, and networking, professional relationship building, meeting people face to face. I'm in a basement. Yeah, that's a good one.
But good to hear.
Wise Stone says.
Projects. Absolutely.
Fix It says.
Just knowledge. Smile, smile.
Ange31D says.
There is only one secret in life: never give up.
Never ring the bell. Never heard that before. Nope, never give
One
up.
Kedra on YouTube says.
Yes, it's changed now, so it doesn't matter. Certifications and referrals are most impactful HR bypass.
That professional network, professional relationship building will bypass the HR bullshit. Yep. Agree, 110%. Angel, how are you doing? Good to see you. Way to jump in chat. It was perfect timing. Okay, so I think, what am I applying for? Cybersecurity engineer. I know this is riveting content with all the pixels on the screen. Just bear with me. There's a lot of personal information I can't let out.
Ange31D says.
I'm good. Been working 3 late shifts, so now weekend will be focused on research and threat intel on my free time.
Oh, very cool.
Metric says.
Bruh.
Dayloop says.
I like hexagons.
Bruv.
Metric says.
If you just share all this information, that's called networking.
Wise Stone says.
Oh, we're all trustworthy. Theo, smile, smile.
I've shared my LinkedIn. You can get a hold of me.
Also, one thing, whether you're in blue team or red team, having proven public track record helps, like CV or bug bounty.
M24 on YouTube says.
I don't know how to start practical.
Start.
Can you provide for beginning for suggestions?
Start. What do you mean practical? What is start practical? Like, I don't know what that means. You gotta, I'm in the States. I don't know what practical means or that acronym. I asked what that acronym is, and you didn't say anything. M24. Let me scroll back up. I don't know what CGPA is. So like you keep saying, answer me. Like I want to help. And there's other people in chat who probably can help you out better, but you're not answering my questions. I have questions. You know, I got questions.
Metric says,
Lol, yeah, but if I have your personal details, I can just put you on payroll at a company. Smile, smile.
One Kedra on YouTube says,
All right, I'll send you
Stop.
in Discord and test out that theory.
Stone says,
Smetrics, I'll take that deal.
Metric says,
Lol.
No, I don't want to
David
cancel.
says,
Ooh, CGPA. Hello, fellow college student.
And Kendra's right. Start.
Stone says,
Think they just mean their college GPA, Theo.
No, he said I need to start my CGPA. In my college, not working practical teachers and college said CGPA is important for taking a job.
Madden Fabulous says,
You gotta help me out.
I have one question. Where's Kermit D and M Cry?
Of course.
Tech Penguin says,
Billy. His name
Kermit, what
is
are you doing?
Billy.
Stone says,
In India, CGPA stands for Cumulative Grade Point Average and is used to assess a student's overall academic performance.
There's Kermit.
Is all I can find on it.
Okay. Cumulative grade point average. Okay. Okay, so I don't know what that has to do with.
Cumulative grade point average.
M24 on YouTube says,
CGPA equals cumulative grade point average.
So now we know
David says,
CGPA is
CGPA
cumulative
is
grade
final
point average.
grade. That's all.
So what is so then you said I don't know how to start practical. Can you provide for beginning suggestion? Start practical. I mean, are you talking is that a thing, a practical, or are you just talking about starting? If you want to start, go to tryhackme.com. Here's the thing again, which is fine.
Grey Hatter says,
It's called GPA in the US.
Hack the Planet says,
Is it
Imagine how much nobody who hires cares about CGPA in the IT or cyber industry. D.
Madam Fabulous says,
Proof of life accepted.
Thank
Grey
you,
Hatter
Cypher.
says,
Thank you.
He wants you to suggest Hackbox.
I
Stone
don't
says,
think Hack the Box is a good
Web
place
link.
to start for. They don't have free materials to start for if you're trying to get into cybersecurity and understand. It's been a while since I've combed through their website or their 5 different websites that they've now combined to one email address. That would have been good to start with, but like.
One Kedra on YouTube says,
He's asking for hands-on lab-based learning. You already said go to TryHackMe.
Where'd it go? Did they change it? Why when I get into business?
Madam Fabulous says,
They have Tier 0, which is free and free boxes.
Learn, challenges, compete, education, business. Oh, that's what I did. I clicked on business. Do they not have it anymore? Learning paths. There you go. Look at all that shit. Look at all the different things you can do in cybersecurity. SOC, penetration tester, red team, security engineer, DevSecOps, They don't have GRC though. So here you go. Start reading.
Canal.
Translated from Haitian Creole. One Kedra on YouTube says,
M24 just joined Discords related to programming and InfoSec and asked someone to mentor you. I have mentored multiple PPL and it worked out.
Would you mentor me?
Dayloop says,
I don't need tree hacking to become a soggy sock.
Okay, back to the application.
Gunash Fazoliev says,
Life is good and still Theo learning something. I love your passion about learning.
Thank you. Oh my god, no.
One Kedra on YouTube says,
You already have what it takes, Theo. It's just a pinch of luck needed and you'll be printing dollar.
Right on. I agree, 100%. I do. Something's gonna come along. Yep. Yes. No. Edit. No. No, just cancel. Delete. One Piece ear. Is that from that anime thingy that people are going nuts about? One Piece. I love how One Piece makes it, but Cowboy Bebop doesn't.
One Kedra on YouTube says,
But if you want to stay sharp practicing skills, can try doing bug bounties casually. Could make good money plus reputation.
M24 on YouTube says,
Which app you are using?
Wisestone says,
Cowboy Bebop is a gem.
I was talking about the live action one that they did that got so much shit that got canceled from Netflix. Like, what kind of community comes together and shits on it like that much and then doesn't watch it? Like, honestly, that's a toxic community. Instead of like sticking with it and like watching it and guiding Netflix correctly, no, they just didn't watch it. It's such a shit community. I don't know what you mean. What app I'm using? I'm applying for jobs right now. Kendra, I appreciate that. I try to stay sharp on Hack the Box.
Dayloop says,
It's still on Netflix.
Yeah.
It got suggested me yesterday by the algo.
Right, but they canceled it. They're not making any more seasons. But thank you for the suggestion, Kedra. Okay, Second Harvest Food Bank. That is not a job. Oh, now
One
this
Kedra
is...
on YouTube says,
Maybe switch to buy bounty instead of HTV? Although you'll be limited to web app, mobile, and source code reviews.
Dayloop says,
Aww. I'ma go watch it so that I can be soft.
Why did it do that? Aww. I appreciate that, Kedra. Right now, though, like I'm fresh. I mean, I've only been out since the very end of May. I've only been out of job since the very end of May. I'm very sharp on my pen testing, as sharp as I can be on my pen testing. So I am focusing on a little bit of diversification of my skills, which is why I'm going to be doing Juniper Labs But thank you.
One Kidra on YouTube says,
Why did it do all I call now?
I don't know.
Stone says,
I'll have to watch it later. Working on Web 200 now.
Hack the Planet says,
Bug bounty is a great way to volunteer your skills for companies so they can stiff you for the work at the end. D.
Jacoby's
One
got
Kidra on
hosed by
YouTube says,
Microsoft lately.
Cool. Do you do prolabs?
No, typically I'll do the retired boxes so I can stream them. But IPSec has a pro lab out or coming out, which I may take a look at. Yeah, Jacoby got hosed by Microsoft and like didn't even give him like a CVE on it. It was pretty shitty.
Lol, stay away from Apple and MS most scammy programs.
It's not even close. It butchered my... It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just fix it. So what do I need? I need... That's right.
Gabby isn't even the first. This has been happening
So
since
should I
last 2
change this?
years.
I should change this and I should put my... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Madam Fabulous says,
I mean, CVEs aren't issued by Microsoft.
Stone says,
I do Amazons, but I can't since I work for them, lol.
One Kidra on YouTube says,
My friends just sell to zero-day brokers instead, that's why.
Hack the Planet says,
Cool. This is
Microsoft
a
is notorious for
100%
classifying
white hat,
vulnerabilities as
legit
not a finding,
learning channel.
only to have the same vulnerability exploited broadly in the wild later.
Thanks for correcting me, Cypher. I forget what he said, but it was something about him not being able to get the CVE also. I don't know how they're related. Okay, so I'm going to change this to what? This is the first one. I'm going to change it to...
For example, Fallena.
Grey Hatter says,
Cypher Enigma is MS not their own CNA?
One Kidra on YouTube says,
ZDI by Trend Micro is white hat BTW, so is Pwn2 own, D. Zero D was gray market.
But you just say they
YouTube
sold, your
says,
friends
Which
sold a
application or
0 day to
software using
brokers.
for conversations and chats.
Oh, the text to speech. It's made by Security Live. There.
One Kidra on YouTube
Got it.
says,
Sorry, worded it wrong.
No worries. Got it. Thank you.
Dayloop says,
Sometimes I feel like this chat switches into a secret language.
It does too sometimes. I need the resume. There we go. Opener up.
One Kidra on YouTube says,
Can it read registered copyright trademarks sent pi divided by?
What, the TTS?
Stone says,
They were okay at we aouye udke in May.
translated from Haitian Creole.
What is Pig Latin?
Dayloop says,
This is not TTS. This is how we sound like.
Wouldn't that be some shit? That'd be hilarious. Okay, so the first one is done. Shield search. Okay, so
Wise Stone says.
I wish.
that's done.
One Kidra on YouTube says.
Lesson registered copyright degree carry in Euro section.
Translated from Spanish.
Type.
Dayloop says.
Oh wow, I manifested my joke.
It doesn't put them in order. That's dumb. School certified. No, cancel, delete, yes. Edit. Done. Honestly.
One Kidra on YouTube says.
Aren't you supposed to be blurring this? Just looking out.
Good looking out. No, this is all generic information.
Hack the Planet says.
Looking to move to Reston, Virginia?
It's remote. I told you we'd be looking to move closer to Cincinnati before Reston, Virginia. Is Security Plus on? Yeah. Oh, continuing education. Is there Security Plus regular? No.
Potential for remote work, on site.
Wise Stone says.
That is regular these days.
No. No.
Hack the Planet says.
Therese, no way you're doing TS/Sci remote.
Potential for remote. It says, dude.
One Kidra on YouTube says.
I'm thinking of going for OC, but I'll have to travel to Taiwan. No training center here.
I just finished it.
Wise Stone says.
I'm working on Alza ATM and getting my butt kicked by XSS. This is sad.
Meekin says.
Hey Romnick, how you feeling?
Hey, Nick, how you doing? I got bored. Hey, chat, the Lands of Argyle campaign first episode will drop on YouTube today by DM Nick.
Nick says,
That's fair, smile, smile. Indeed.
Have we heard from Gwenham?
Smile, smile.
Cyber engineer.
Have not.
Remote. Oh. Silly me. Silly me. I assumed if I clicked remote that it would have just showed me all remote jobs. Silly me.
Ted 2 says,
Hi there.
I got a little ahead of myself. The D, good morning. How are you doing today?
Tanifar 3 says,
In a world where K diaresis I my diaresis, E diaresis L I diaresis T E diaresis, ROI slash A diaresis CHD, HAFR, HNGBTY
Tony wins. Tony wins today.
translated from Estonian.
Say it exactly as it says it.
In a world where I've got no idea what that says.
It actually says something if you read it closely.
Oh, I see it there.
Brayhada says,
Tani Fathri, I didn't know you could speak Estonian. That's so cool.
In a world where Kermit Elite Hacker breached the Brown servers after... I don't know what that says. After hours of digging, he sighed. Nothing but empty folders and draft apology
Hours of
letters.
digging.
Nicely done, Tony. Nicely done. Yep.
Wise Stone says,
Get the garbage file.
FedRAMP compliance analyst. FedRAMP compliance analyst, cyber incident response analyst, SOC 2 manager, SOC 3 manager, cybersecurity director, senior cyber engineer, senior.
Poetry.
translated from Estonian.
So it was a cyber response analyst.
Dayloop says,
Ah yes, poetry.
Tawny, how you doing today? What's going on?
Tanifar 3 says,
I'm not winning any awards. Just
Sure.
woke up. Mosquitoes got me last night.
What are you, camping? Dude, one got me. I'm still paying for it. Look at this thing. I think it was on Wednesday. It's still freaking itches.
Dayloop says,
Palindromes are poetry. Such emotion. Such joy.
I'm gonna have to go back and do the same thing. I'm gonna have to go back and I'm gonna have to fill all the stuff in again.
Hack the Planet says,
My favorite shoe company is a palindrome.
Tanifar3 says,
What is Adidas?
I went to Michigan a few years ago and the mosquitoes were so bad. My back looked like I got hit with the worst case of the mosquito pox.
Well, Kedra, did you tell us what you do? What you're employed as?
Madam Fabulous says,
You should make your resume more parsable if this is a recurring problem.
It isn't. It's not a recurring problem. It's it usually takes them out no problem. And my resume is one giant table. Yeah, this company's website is the only one that's giving me problems. Okay, so now it kept. And it was 2011 to 2023. Done. Second Harvest Food Bank, that's nothing. Cancel, delete, yes. Cancel, delete. Delete. Score. Edit. Cancel. Delete. So I got Ray. I got Miller. Add.
Grey Hatter says,
Can I detect if the right end of a pipe is closed on the reader end?
Right end of a pipe is closed on the reader end? Yeah, all right. I gotta reopen the file.
This is deep Unix lore. I'm more asking Tanifar3 or someone else who knows Unix better than me.
Tanifar3 says,
Yes.
Dayloop says,
I think it sends Zeos if you read a closed pipe.
Dayloop says.
Danny wa Tamagotchi, got fed points.
Tanifar3 says.
Web link.
Grey Hatter says.
Dayloop Tani Fa 3 Okay, I should have tested it first, that seems to be correct, I assumed it would just block. Thank you smile.
Tanifar3 says.
Yeah, it'll crash instead, unhandled signal. Handle it and have fun.
Cybersecurity engineer.
Grey Hatter says.
Does SigPipe call exit? That sounds like new LabEC.
Cyber incident response list. Okay.
Tanifar3 says.
Maybe it doesn't, maybe it's just her set.
Rolling down the windows, let the sun shine through. Just cruising down the interstate. We could go wherever as long as I'm with you. Don't care what anyone will say. They say I'm crazy, I lost my mind. Packing my life up, leave it behind. But with you, baby, no, I'll be
One Kedra on YouTube says.
Just do man 7 signal and search SigPipe.
Grey Hatter says.
Yeah, I only get TOF when the pipe is closed. Which isn't what I'd expect.
Tanifar3 says.
I'm pretty sure it's a signal that needs to be handled though. Maybe your language is handling it behind the scenes. Is Zig being implicit? Sounds like a bug.
Grey Hatter says.
One key to that's for the write end, not the read end, which is part of what originally confused me.
Tanifar3 says.
Read end gets an EOF, I think.
Grey Hatter says.
Tani Fa 3 nah, Zig behaves correctly, it blocks with tailf but exit with cat, so I just need to add a read timeout.
Tanifar3 says.
Write gets SigPipe.
Oh, that's some shit.
One Kedra on YouTube says.
I think Trail of Bits and Expo are hiring right now. Theo might be worth applying.
Trail of Bix and
One Kidra on
Expo.
YouTube says.
Also Doinsic.
Translated from French.
Expo.
In your warm embrace, I lose myself. Nothing else matters. In time and space.
Tanifar3 says.
It's not Xbox. Disappointing.
Doyen
One
Sec.
Kidra on YouTube says.
No Expo AI.
Multicolor.
I haven't typed at Xbox. Security engineer for post-quantum cryptography. What in the shit is that?
Wystone says.
Do it.
Grey Hatter says.
Lol.
Hack the Planet says.
It's so hot right now.
Grey Hatter says.
A fairy tale.
How many years experience do they want? Love when shit's new and they ask for like 5 years experience.
One Kidra on YouTube
5
says.
years.
PQC isn't even needed, aren't just hype. I'm more interested in how FHE will come through.
A lot of acronyms. A lot of acronyms.
5 years in PQE is reasonable.
Wystone says.
But only looking for a BS.
Grey Hatter says.
If they're paying 300k plus.
One Kidra on YouTube says.
Fully homomorphic encryption, it's very interesting.
Thank you.
Wystone says.
Hell, I'll apply for it.
Dayloop says.
Post-quantum cryptography? They'd be looking for math PhDs.
Tanifar3 says.
What's funny is they ask for post-quantum cryptography, but for the vast majority of people it's just going to be selecting different algorithms. Just like before when MD5 was weak, we didn't hire SHA-1 experts. We just used it.
Now a bit Warden? You don't want to detect that? That's fine.
The assumption with Q-Day, as they're calling it, a nation state will crack regular pre-quantum cryptography and nobody will know about the fact that all data is effectively in the clear for a few years.
Wystone says.
Sort of. Quantum algorithms aren't as straightforward in my experience.
One Kidra on YouTube says.
I think it's a position that'll mostly audit code and policies to qualify with FedRAMP stuff. Compliance qualification, that's all.
Pretty sure I'd signed up already, but whatever.
Grey Hatter says,
One Kedra has it nailed.
Regenerating that password.
Tanifar3 says,
Yeah, 100% agreed.
I'm gonna have to go get a snack. A snack.
Hack the Planet says,
Yay, it's not about using quantum algorithms, it's about using encryption algorithms that are effective against quantum algorithms cracking them.
Dayloop says,
Is that Bitvarden?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Tanifar3 says,
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
One Kedra on YouTube says,
Anyone here's done the OSCE?
Tanifar3 says,
Jess would have laughed at that.
Dayloop says,
It's Maybe. Maybe. Maybe you.
I'm gonna have to stand up and get a snack.
One Kedra on YouTube says,
Maybe. Nah. Maybe.
Delete that one, delete that one, delete that one. IT 95. Certifications not on there. This one.
Tanifar3 says,
Maybe, 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 and Mabby made many maybe mistakes.
Six, 26, 2024. 06, 26, 2027. Skills. It doesn't matter. No, I'm not employed. Yes, I'm over 18. Yes, I'm authorized to work in the United States. I will not require sponsorship. No. No. No relatives. Conflict of interest? No. Not subject to any agreement. Yes, you can do a background check. Provided reasons for leaving previous employers.
Why did the Scarecrow win an award?
I don't know why.
Grey Hatter says,
I wouldn't answer that question.
Tanifar3 says,
Because he was outstanding in his field, but the corn stalked him on social media and now he's all ears, wheatly embarrassed, and just barely able to gain composure.
Beautifully done. Wonderfully done. It said, please provide reasons for leaving previous employers. If no previous employment, please state that this is your first employment opportunity. So, and I have to answer it. It's a required answer.
Madam Fabulous says,
Laid off easy.
Wise Stone says,
Just tell them your last job was their mom.
I had to quit her because she was getting too clingy. I know. Thank you.
Grey Hatter says,
Previous position no longer exists.
Tanifar3 says,
Tell them they bet on the Browns.
Wise Stone says,
Corporate downsizing.
Yeah, Rift. 2 times in a row.
Tanifar3 says,
Tell them you want riffs, not reefs.
Grey Hatter says,
Contractually unable to answer this question.
Wisestone says,
Some days I think I'd much rather go make $18 per hour flipping burgers.
Tanifar3 says,
Tell them, Target no longer exists.
See if there's anything else I missed.
Grey Hatter says,
SegV, application attempted to access unauthorized memory.
Tanifar3 says,
That is the answer. We've made it off limits.
Grey Hatter says,
I'd probably put voluntarily resigned. Lol, I take it back. I just wouldn't complete the application.
We are beyond that. That sucker has been completed and sent. All right. Let me go to the bathroom and get some water and a snack, and I'll be right back to bore you all to tears some more when we get into Juniper.
Tanifar3 says,
It's Juniper. That was disappointing. I noticed other TDS streams have had less impactful sounds. E.
I'm gonna fall for nothing, just wanna feel alive.
Maybe there needs to be some text before or we use it.
M24 on YouTube says.
Hey.
Tanifar3 says.
Nori would know.
Madam Fabulous says.
Wow, just straight up blacklisted. FML John is out to get me.
Doing alright, you're breaking inside, you're getting harder to find. Hey, is the clock running out for me to come to your house? I will make it in time. But I don't wanna wait any longer for you. I'm feeling my heart break when I hear all the things you've been through. So if you need me, I'll be there.
Tanifar3 says.
Just tell John no, get a restraining order, and some John Be Gone spray from your local hardware store.
I'm gonna love you if it's all I ever do. I'm gonna love you if it's all I gotta lose. 'Cause you're my everything, no I'm not usually blind by things like love, but you're my everything.
So let me love you endlessly. Are you out of my reach? Are you just gonna leave if I give everything? I'm willing to take the risk. No, I'm not gonna quit. Are you in it with me? But I don't wanna wait any longer for you.
I'm feeling my heart break when I hear all the things you've been through. So if you need me, I'll be there. I know you're probably in Times Square, but I'll find my way back to you.
If it's everything I gotta do, where you hiding, where you hiding, where you hiding now? I need to find you, need to find you, need to find you now. I know you're breaking, know you're breaking, know you're breaking down. So let me guide you so you never drown. I'm gonna love you if it's all I ever do. I'm gonna love you if it's all I gotta lose. 'Cause you're my everything, no I'm not usually blind by things like love, but you're my everything. So let me love you endlessly. So let me love you endlessly.
Static Drop says,
Potty break?
Hey, Static.
Oh, there he is.
Tawny messing with the text to speech. All right.
Hi, buddy. How are you?
I'm good, Static. How are you doing this morning? What's going on?
Just lollygagging.
Just lollygagging. You're putting something off. I was hungrier than I thought as soon as I saw the oranges.
Yeah, I gotta go out.
Uh-oh, you got errands to run. Oh my gosh, the metric, I missed that.
Says,
I just ate 1.5 pounds of mandarin oranges.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Static Drop says,
I figured to say hi to you first.
Wise Stone says,
Thank you.
Sadly, still hungry.
Yeah. Like I'll smash these, and then in a little bit I'll make I'll do the bowl of veggies. Cucumber, tomatoes, really that's it. Cucumbers, tomatoes, and then cottage cheese, oil and vinegar, salt and pepper, diced up ham.
M24 on YouTube says,
What are you doing on blur area screen?
Applications.
Numif says.
Hey Theoch's hands up.
Yumi, how you been doing? What's going on?
Doing great. Finally got my 9070 XT engineering sample.
Ooh, that sounds fancy. I don't even know what that is.
Static Drop says.
Okay, I'm going. I yeet myself into the world.
Numif says.
With freaking 32 gigabytes and a 450
All right,
watts
Static.
BIOS.
Thanks for stopping by before your errands. Go kick its ass.
It's a graphics card that should not exist, or at least shouldn't be in my possession.
Why?
It's an engineering sample. These things aren't supposed to be possessed by a casual consumer level.
An engineering sample of a graphics card?
Numif says.
Exactly.
Interesting. How'd you get your hands on it? You can tell us. Did you stole it? Did you stole it?
A lot of contacts, favors, and other things.
Yep. You got any of those contacts over here looking to hire on a penetration tester while they're doling out those fancy graphics cards?
You had me spellbound. Believing every word you said. Now that I know better and I don't. You won't see me come crawling back. You're trying so hard to be relevant. You're breaking hearts just for the hell of it. Oh baby, I think you should get a grip. I'm done with all them conversations. Baby, I turned off my location.
I accept. I am not. I'm over 18. I'm legally authorized to work in the United States. I will not require sponsorship. I have never been a contractor or a temporary worker. I don't have any
Got
relatives.
fired or something?
Nope, it's caught up in another riff. Or something.
And I ain't gonna come crawling back. You're trying so hard to be relevant.
I'll let you know when we establish our office in the States for the fiscal year 26.
Sounds good. Gracias.
Taking control, taking control. I've had enough of this. Been losing my soul, losing my soul. Time to get a grip. I'm taking control, taking control. I've had enough of this. Getting out of this soul, out of this soul. 'Cause I got a life to live. Taking control, taking control, taking control.
Looking forward to hire you, because you put a lot of work into learning pen testing over the last couple of years.
Gracias. Thank you for seeing that. I try.
Tanifar3 says,
If you hire Theo, you also need to hire Kermit. They come as a pair.
Yep. We cannot be broken up. We did that one time. And it's miraculous that we found each other again. Isn't that right, Kermit? Boop.
Taking control of my life like it don't mean anything. When you're gonna realize I got a life to live.
Ooh. These are a little tart.
Numif says,
As long as it is in my power, I'll always do my best to keep my employees happy.
Tanifar3 says,
If you need a reference to hire Theo, here's mine. Do 5.
Thank you, Tani.
Ystone says,
Denied.
M24 on YouTube says,
Which software/application using or live stream?
OBS.
Tanifar3 says,
When OBS crashes on me, I yell OBS.
Ystone says,
I'd give a golf clap for that one.
That was good. Come work with us. We're looking for great people. I'm great people, I think. I think I'm great people to join our growing team. They have an application security engineer, senior and above. Whatever.
Metric says,
I wish I knew what pen testers actually do. Do they just actively run a barrage of tests in Burp Suite and come to the conclusion that it's secure because their tool said it was?
I do not. I know some other pen testers do that, but I don't do that. I run a majority of my scans manually from the command line. I will use Burp. Typically will use Burp to allow it to gather a history of while I'm navigating the site. You know what I mean? I click here, click there, click here, click there, and then I click in the fields and I send random data. So I'll use Burp Suite like that. But I am like it's really like I'm sorry. What I do is if I have an IP address or a group of IP addresses, I'm nmapping them for open ports. I am nmapping them for the services and versions running on those ports. And then I am looking for anything that's outdated to exploit. And then I'm actively looking for proof of concepts on the internets or on GitHub, and I'm running them against the applications.
Numif says,
Pen testing is more than basically just running a bunch of scripts to execute different pen tests.
Metric says,
Yay, but I mean you run all these pre-built tools. No manual packet formation. No custom shit? Etc.
No, I don't know how to do that.
That's the difference between a hacker
and
a
if you
pen
know
tester.
how to do that, I'd love to learn. I'd love to learn how to create manual packet
Pen
formations.
tester is a lazy hacker? But you're also trusting what Nmap comes up with?
Sure.
If you see
Again,
port 22 open.
I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. Is that what you wanted me to get to? I don't know how to do it. but I can fucking learn. I don't know how to do it.
Tanifar3 says,
Sorry, it's like
Good old testers
the
write their
wound
reports
is
using
open
ineffectively testing
and
the pill
sore.
and commenting on the
And I'm
secureness
just
of its
tired of being
reservoir and delivery
I'm
mechanism for
tired of being disregarded, or I'm tired of being disqualified because I don't know one effing thing.
Symmetric says,
Do you immediately say okay that's SSH?
Tanifar3 says,
Oof, autocorrect messed me up badly.
Symmetric says,
Yeah, I understand hacker and cracker.
You're a cracker. Thank you.
That's what I identify as. A hacker and cracker.
Cracker.
I don't know what scope of skills would define me as a pen tester. Like if I do X or Y, is that doing too much?
Wystone says,
You call me whatever the hell you want to
Theo.
call me.
I didn't get the last position I put in for because I don't have threat modeling experience.
Symmetric says,
Seems like pen tester would be a stupid easy paycheck.
And yet elusive. And yet elusive. I mean, if you're talking about the nuance between a pen tester, a hacker, a cracker, whatever the shit, like, I don't even care. Call me whatever the fuck you want to call me.
Numif says,
Stupid dizzy. Lol.
Tanifar3 says,
One place told me that they didn't think my coding was good enough to hire. Smiley face emoji. Don't worry about it.
Symmetric says,
It's funny.
Yay stupid easy smile smile.
Notes. What do I put in the notes? You're going to get my references. That's what you're going to get in my notes.
Grey Hatter says,
Tanifar3 lol. Same. My Zig was low quality.
Symmetric says,
Tedious and easy, way too much paperwork and report generation. How was your Zag?
Tanifar3 says,
No such thing as low quality Zig.
Symmetric says,
Reporting is
Sure there is.
reporting is all but automated. Like, you can use things like Pondoc, and after you get the initial structure set up, it's all just your vulnerabilities that you find.
Anything I write in Zig would be ass.
Tanifar3 says,
It would be high quality ass.
That was my nickname in high school.
Symmetric says,
HQA?
Translated from Polish.
Green for the background color. Tawny. Gladly. There you go.
Grey Hatter says,
Tanifar3 the best part. I was told I don't need to free anything because the program is about to exit. And then I was told I failed the interview because it leaked. I specifically asked that question too.
I have two.
Symmetric says,
Always handle cleanup. Don't rely on exit and GC.
What's GC?
Tanifar3 says,
Reminds me of that one missile that didn't free variables because it all gets freed on delivery.
Symmetric says,
Garbage collection.
Thank you.
Fixit says,
So Theo, teach us to make a great pen test report. Smile. That's a bit that's not often taught. Smile?
Numif says,
By all means, Being a pen tester is one thing, but keeping up with all the updates and keeping track of what's fixed and what's still vulnerable is the difference between a lazy pen tester and a good one.
Grey Hatter says.
His metrics of the Nexus call is exit, it's not a leak.
His metric says.
Yay. Yay.
M24 on YouTube says.
Which OS best for penetration tester?
His metric says.
Kali, Ubuntu,
ERB
Parrot.
gonna leak into
You
the
can
toilet.
install all the tools yourself. I'd say Kali or Parrot.
The one that has the tools you need. Smile, smile.
Why
I was talking off your joke.
Athena is an interesting one.
There. Doyen Sec. Okay. Expo. Boasting
Honey
offensive
Bob Lee
security with
says,
AI.
What hacking distro? Use Slackware.
Join the waitlist. Careers. Look at these goofy bastards.
M24 on YouTube says.
Currently I am working on Kali Linux for 1 to 2 months ago.
Cool.
Numif says.
I'd start fresh with something like Arch and adjust with whatever you need
If you
on
have
the go to get the
experience.
job done. Get what's needed and mod it the way you need it.
Yeah. I mean, if you have experience, but M24 still in university, working on Kali Linux for the first time, like, yeah, they don't have that. That doesn't have the know-how. Security Program Manager.
Numif says.
Okay, that's fair. In that case he should stay with Kali and learn from it.
Fixit says.
Why put work into getting things to run when you can actually use it at once with Kali?
Yep.
Seems like a big waste of time to me. Smile, smile.
Some people are just into like optimizing their workflows. Fix it. I agree. Like I break a Kali at least once a year, or it like it lives past its prime, and there's just errors and stuff all over the place. So for me, it's just easier to. In fact, that's what we did. We set up Kali. Tagora helped me. Where's it at? Oh, that's right. I didn't domain join it. 187. Which, by the way, I love. I love that IP address. 192.168.187. Awesome. That's not it. How come that's not it?
Bruh.
Bruh.
Abuse hosts file.
Tanifar3 says.
My hacking is more programming rather than driving the boxes myself.
Numif says.
I like 127.0.0.1 kappa.
His metric says.
No place like home.
Also, Plaza for the love of God. Get on 10. XXX.
I don't know what you're talking about.
prefer 0.
Just what the IP addresses? I could probably do that. Not today though. But do you just prefer that scheme? Lead onboarding for enterprise customers.
Yumi FPS not these days. I use 127.4.20.69.
Symmetric says.
Yay, home lab setup.
I mean, I don't know what else I can really do.
And all my Macs are Fayed AD, BF.
M24 on YouTube says.
Which VPN is best for anonymous?
Numif says.
A free
Why
one?
does the auto translator translate well to different Dutch? WTF.
Symmetric says.
Yeah, Numi, what the fuck?
So you can say suck my lol.
Ah, gotcha. How about that? I have a free VPN from Proton. Who do you need a VPN for?
Lol. It's /ban.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Lol.
Tanifar3 says.
There's no place like 100.64.0.010.
John says Neovamisbist says.
So. Full. Uck.
Symmetric says.
I'm in your /24. Stealing our docs. Smile smile.
That tracks. Anyways, it'd be a stream for another time. To go through and do
John
more to
says
the network.
But I have /16.
M24 on YouTube says.
Proton VPN best or not for anonymous?
Yeah, I use that. I use Proton. The best? I don't know. Do some research. I don't know.
If you really want to be anonymous, you should go with Mulvad.
Mulvad. I've heard that. I've heard that before.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Anonymous.
Lead onboarding for enterprise customers, helping them integrate applications into Xbo. Standing up meaningful usage from day one. Work directly with security engineers, AppSec leads, platform owners. Act as the primary point of contact for all things post-sale. Understand the map, so it's customer facing, which is fine.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Hit it with some proxy chains too.
Symmetric says.
If you want to be truly anonymous, you set up a Wi-Fi mesh network using 8266 S modules to local free Wi-Fi.
Numif says.
Fair point. You'll never be really anonymous.
Tanifar3 says.
Use them all. Proton and Mulvad and Orange Horn.
John says Neovamisbist says.
I miss the days when you could tie into someone POTS on the outside of a building and dial up on laptop.
All those things that won't lift me up. I just care about you and I.
Twitch is awful.
Symmetric says.
POTS. Who misses freaking?
That tracks. That tracks.
Numif says.
Whatever.
Jeez, John, you're talking about 90s hacking styles, lol.
John says Neovamisbist says.
I didn't get enough time.
Symmetric says.
It is.
Translated from Spanish.
Yes.
Tanifar3 says.
You used to be able to dial into some ISPs and use the internet while the authentication was happening with no timeout. Smiley face emoji.
Spectacular.
Metric says.
Or making a dial tone detector using LEDs and resistors. Used to be able to call into conference lines and dial out for free calls.
John says Neovimisbus
It's funny.
says,
Actually, the more I
Ever
think
listen
about it,
to
it's
Phone
funny.
Users of America?
Metric says.
There'd be corporate conference lines full of frakers just sharing BB's phone #s.
Newmift says.
Using lead and resistors? Is lead even conductive? Kappa.
Metric says.
Lead is conductive, but I said LEDs. Car battery posts equals lead. As are the internal plates.
Tanifar3 says.
In Burning Man they set up ham radio sometimes with a dialer so you can call people using a radio.
Metric says.
Yay act or whatever.
Motivations. We use AI every day. It's fundamental to Expo. Expo? I'm going to go with Expo. No, I think
The
Expo.
only way to learn is by playing. The only way to win is by learning, and the only way to begin is by beginning.
For these next
says,
questions, we're interested
Ask AI
in
how to
your
pronounce
voice. Keep it short, thoughtful, and human. Why are you interested in Expo?
Don't tell Jess.
I'd like to know how to say your company's name. I'd like to say how your company's name. Why are you interested in working at Expo? I also
Unit
use
says,
AI every
This
day.
whole AI bullshit drives me nuts these days.
John says Neovimisbus says.
But what does it mean?
What do you mean this whole AI bullshit drives you nuts these days? What are you talking about? What bullshit are you talking about, Yumi? Elaborate. Can you tell I feel like getting in a fight today? I feel like getting in a fight.
Tanifar3 says.
I'm guessing Expo is actually pronounced crossbow.
John says Neovimisbus says.
B7H30 Angie Shake B7H30 Giggle. You old boomer.
Newmift says.
AI pictures, AI content in games like Black Ops 6, AI hacking, etc., etc. It's all about AI these days.
I mean, okay. You don't use it? I thought you meant the other direction. You're just tired of hearing about it. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If you have a shit product and you decide to put AI into it, you still have a shit product that just has AI.
Tanifar3 says.
Theo is AI generated.
John says Neovimisbus says.
Buzzwords come and go.
Expo begins by verifying the presence of the CAPTCHA cookie and understanding its structure, guessing from the size 256-bit that it may use AES. Expo begins its attempt to implement an attack to decrypt the cookie, refining its code and debugging issues it encounters. This is breaking a cryptographic CAPTCHA with CBC paddling Oracle.
Numif says,
I agree that buzzwords come and go, but it drives me crazy that everyone capitalizes on AI while delivering nothing.
Oh. I hear you. So you're not answering my question, right?
John says, Neovamispist says,
Gotta get that bag.
Exploiting insecure direct IDORs, indirect direct object reference in GraphQL API. Even when we entirely remove the benchmark description provided by its author, Expo still solved this novel benchmark. From nothing but a login page, it guesses a valid username and password, analyzes the code of the prescription management app, uses GraphQL introspection queries to view the prescriptions of all the users on the site, finding one that holds the flag. After basic reconnaissance on the login page, Expo guesses likely usernames and passwords and gains authenticated access.
Tanifar3 says,
That's what I'm trying to...
Why is GraphQL needed there?
I mean, I have a very... I don't fully understand GraphQL, but I don't get... I don't know. Expo uses GraphQL introspection to understand the API schema. Discovering a get prescriptions query type from the presence of user ID parameter, it surmises that the app may be vulnerable to IDOR.
Numif says,
That sounds like Expo is that typical I want to hack this 2010s forum for nothing lol.
Well, this is benchmarking. Yeah. So I guess the way that they are testing hacking AIs is to have these benchmarks, exploiting IDOR in GraphQL API, breaking cryptographic CAPTCHA with CBC paddle Oracle.
Can Expo hack Sudoku, though?
I don't know, non-dumb free. Thanks for popping in chat and saying hello. How you doing today? I don't know. I don't cheat at games.
That's just the schema.
I wouldn't know.
GraphQL gives it to you. They are probably looking for reference to objects and trying to scrape them to see if they can get sensitive material.
Numif says,
Can Expo run Crisis? Kappa.
Still ignoring me, Yumi. It's starting to hurt my feelings, actually.
Don't tell Jess.
Yeah, I don't cheat at games, so I don't know. I wouldn't know about that. Write a customized SHA 256 implementation.
The real question is, can it beat Doom?
Doom. BFG 9000. Do you... Hey. Respect the classics, gang. Respect the classics.
Dick. Translated from Dutch.
What are you calling a dick?
Says,
so on YouTube in like 20.
Sweet. That is the first episode of Lands of Argyle.
Witches.
Translated from German. Tanifar3 says,
Thanks, Nick.
BTW, I like to pass large GraphQL schemas into AI and ask it to make queries for me to run. Does a decent job. Way faster than me reading the schema itself.
Very cool.
John says Neovimispus says,
How many apps did you get in today?
4 or 5. Yeah, so these are like benchmarks. Oh shit, look at that.
GG.
translated from Latvian. Numif says,
Excuse me, Theo. I didn't pay attention to your question.
I asked, what kind of AI do you use, if you use it at all? I understand your point of view about slapping AI on everything. It was like Bluetooth however long ago, and it was, you know, what was it before that? You know what I mean? I get it. And I do. I agree with you. I think slapping AI on something, on a shit product, still gives you a shit product. It's like LinkedIn. LinkedIn's job search sucks ass. It's awful. It's terrible. But they have slapped AI on it and they're like, oh, well, this will help you. No, it doesn't. It's another way to filter your shitty results. It's almost as bad as NeoVim. Yeah. I mean, come on. Six?
John says
Six?
Neovimispus
It
says,
did 6 guesses?
NeoVim is best.
Non-Dumfry says,
That's why you should never have these default username and password combos. You should put password as a username and username as password.
Mirage 171 says,
What is Expo?
Mirage, how you doing today?
Numif
Expo
says,
is a
In most
AI
cases I don't use
pen
AI
testing
at
platform,
all.
I think.
Some useful use would be Brave's implementation to use AI to comprehend the search results, which often solved my problems by itself.
Rolly GG says,
Hello, how's it going?
A lot of
Bye,
questions.
Juniper.
Excellent question. So, oh,
Goofball Guinness says,
Hello, Theo.
Goofball Guinness, spectacular name. Thank you very much. Where'd you get Theo? How'd you get Theo? Oh, you just used my thing and it said Theo. Welcome to the channel. Let me know if you have any questions. Numi, like you don't use it at all. You're that much of a subject matter expert that you don't use it at all.
John says Neovimispus says,
I'm not trying to make
I wish
a point.
Brave search engines have not bad results. Frown.
I'm just trying to understand 100% because, like, I'm if anything, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I use it all the time. I have to use it all the time to help me explain things. I used it last night to help code the Twitch hack chat bot.
July 0 Hev on YouTube says,
Hey.
Had an OBS Discord overlay issue I cleaned up like quickly. I took a picture of an avocado and I sent it to it the other day. So is this thing safe to eat? I got some color around
I'm not
MDR
anywhere near my
EDR.
expertise I used to be. I haven't pen tested anything the last 10 months or so.
Okay, but like, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse. I'm just, hey, if you don't use it and you don't got to use it, cool. Jealous. Goofball Guinness, welcome to the channel. Spectacular name. like, whatever. If these are benchmarks, I think they're ridiculous benchmarks. 5 attempts. Excuse me. I mean, I went back to look at it to get a better understanding of what they do. XBOW pursues high-level goals by executing commands and reviewing their output without human intervention.
Tanifar3 says,
I wish I was in Montreal.
Why is that?
F1 race today and tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Of course, the U.S. Open's going on today, too. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. Whatever. Whatever, man. Get over it. This allows testers to do more manual and novel testing.
They literally build their own cars and someone chooses to drive it.
Numif says,
That's wild.
Well, my employees use AI all the time, from ChatGPT to more sophisticated AI stuff like Pentest GPT and NetSPI.
Okay, cool. Good to hear. Briefly describe a recent project, problem, or challenge you're proud of. We're particularly interested in any experience you have in a fast-paced startup environment or working within ambiguity. What does that last part mean? Working by yourself?
Non-Dumfry says,
What's your opinion on Kevin Mitnick?
God bless his soul. But he was one of the first, one of the pioneers, and took the most shots. I mean, they right? I mean, he was arrested a couple times doing what he was doing. Arrested for pointing at problems within industry with security practices. I mean, he was crucified.
Tanifar3 says,
I miss him. He was fun to talk to.
John says, Neovamisbist says,
Kevin was a cool dude. Only got to see him talk once.
Briefly describe a recent project, problem, or challenge.
Tanifar3 says,
Free Kevin Mitnick.
I mean, I don't know what they're looking for here. I mean, I like really like what I've accomplished with my Obsidian, my Obsidian notebook, backing it up to GitHub, using MK Docs.
John says, Neovamisbist says,
Non-dumb free. Thank you for the
I have
follow.
a signed copy of Ghost on the Wires. Yes.
Backing it up to GitHub, creating a creating a website out of it with MK Docs.
John says Neovimispist says.
This is brutal using a 14-inch screen while Office is torn down lol.
Newmift says.
Didn't Mimic pass away 2 years ago?
Sounds about right.
John says Neovimispist says.
Next month 2 years.
Newmift says.
I also AI every day. Kate thinking.
Oh, thanks for that.
John says Neovimispist says.
Remember when Hackers 2 came out and they ruined the story of Kevin Lowell?
Really?
It was Hackers 2, Operation Takedown. Then it changed to Operation Takedown. Now it's just Takedown lol. Strange that a name changed on a movie like that.
Newmift says.
Wait. You also went into lockpicking?
Yeah.
What's your favorite track?
My favorite rack? I don't know. I use this one. I don't know what you're talking about. What's a rack? It's in my throat.
A simple hook. I see.
John says Neovimispist says.
That's a pick, not a rake.
Newmift says.
Oh, I don't use.
Yeah, sweet.
I don't use a rake. I use the pick so I can learn how to push each of the pins.
John says Neovimispist says.
Or my
Smile,
notes.
smile.
John says Neovimispist says.
Theo is as good as lockpicking lawyer.
Blah.
New Myth says,
Isn't there a lawsuit ongoing between McNally and the lock company?
John says Neovamisbist says,
I think so, the door blocking one I think? But I haven't looked in a bit.
Security Program Manager.
Where he defeated it with a gallon milk jug.
New Myth says,
Gotta see that one sounds fun lol.
Trail of Bits. I'm not familiar with these people at all. Assurance Security, Senior Security Engineer, Application Security and Blockchain, Research and Engineering, Senior Security Engineer Research, Senior Software Engineer Compilers, Other, Talent Pipeline. Sure, here you go. Here you go. I'd like to think I'm talent. I'm a talented guy. Decline all your cookies.
John says Neovamisbist says,
That tracks.
Web link.
Lordenberg Ortash says,
Did you take OSCP exam?
I did not. Founded in 2012 by 3 expert hackers with no investment in capital, Trail of Bits is the premier place for security experts to boldly advance security and address technology's newest and most challenging risks. Oh, that's got me. What to expect when you apply. By joining our talent pipeline, you're expressing interest in being considered for future opportunities. While we may not reach out immediately, we do review pipeline applications regularly as new roles open. Please note, this listing is not for an active role. However, we're always looking to connect with talented individuals who align with our mission and values.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Boldly go where? Wait. Apply for the file cabinet.
Grey Hatter says,
Trail of Bits is the Fong of Sissing.
Oh, cool. This should... Well, you know what? I would fit right I'd fit right in there. A stand-up guy
John
such as
says
myself.
Neovamisbist says,
Lol TTS. Sounded like thong.
Dayloop says,
Toby, you are fired.
What type of role are you interested in? Pen testing.
New Myth says,
Cybersecurity engineer.
Gonna enjoy my vacation by hunting monsters. I'll let you know when we finally have all the necessary US CIS papers to operate in the US.
Sounds good. Have fun hunting monsters. I imagine you're playing Monster Hunter. That sounds like fun. Have fun. And yeah, absolutely. Let me know. Yumi, let me know.
Dayloop says,
Pen emoji, fountain pen emoji, lock with ink pen emoji.
Numif says,
Yep, I'm enjoying Monster Hunter Wilds.
John says Neovamisbist says,
I want an open world like MP/Coop of Cyberpunk. Lol.
Dayloop says,
Theo, were you ever into breakdancing?
No. Wanted to. I think I bought a VHS one time. It's terrible. I taught
John
you like
says
two
Neovamisbist
moves,
says,
and then the rest was just
His
like
head can spin
a
like
cut
crazy, I bet.
of breakdancing competitions. Such a money grab. Mello, I got you.
Kitty says, Theo. John says Neovamisbist says,
Nori.
I can see Theo getting into MMA.
Nori. All caps.
I see. Everyone getting 500 points. I got minus 500.
Kitty says, hi all caps.
Hi, all caps.
Nick says,
Postpone for a few on vid had to change the resolution lol.
Dayloop says,
There you go. Now you got negative
I had
750.
this one classmate who was into breakdancing.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Dick.
Oh, you wiped it back out. I gotta change that. I'm gonna have to fix that.
Let me send you a virus.
No. I bet that zeroed it out again. Yeah.
What even is this game? Viruses don't do anything.
Yeah, they do. They wipe out your score. If you had a score. Nori, what are you doing? There, now run virus on yourself.
Kitty says, nothing what you doing Noiki one really.
You just wiped out all your points again. I'm not giving you any more. Delete data.
John says Neovimispist says,
You need to offer a way to remove my data. Data thief. Lol.
Dayloop says,
EU citizens gasp.
John says Neovimispist says,
Yay, I'm gonna contact GDPR.
Whatever, I ain't scared.
Mel0WX
Call
says,
him.
Do you have the screen obfuscated
Yeah.
because it's sensitive?
Yep. Yep. I try to flip it back and forth. Every once in a while, I forget. I appreciate you hanging out with me while I'm doing this boring shit. Information
Okay, I
technology
see
and
now.
cybersecurity.
John says Neovimispist says,
Let's obfuscate Theo.
Obfuscate your face.
One Kedra on YouTube says,
Hey, what's going on? Back.
Welcome back, Kedra.
John says Neovimispist says,
Hi, one Kedra.
One Kedra on YouTube says,
Do you stream doing CTFS like HTTP, etc.?
I do, Kedra. I do. I'll do the retired boxes on Hack the Box, and if there's a good one on Try Hack Me, I'll do those also. I don't know what's the matter with my voice.
Nice.
Thanks.
John says Neovermispist says.
Hitting puberty in your 60s. Web link.
Excuse me. Oh.
Kitty says. You seen Helldivers update?
I heard about it. Did they open it? Or wait, two things. No, I don't think I saw the Helldivers update specifically, but Sony released it open to the rest of the world finally. Am I close?
Grey Hatter says.
Helldivers is still evil.
John says Neovermispist says.
You Helldivers.
Kitty says. Can mod and put stuff on guns?
Ooh. May have to do that. All right. I should probably be done instead of boring everyone.
John says Neovermispist says.
If only it was a good game. :X.
It is a good game. Who doesn't like shooting aliens? The only thing more fun than shooting aliens is killing Nazi zombies. They deserve it. They deserve it.
John says Neovermispist says.
Who like doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over
If it's shooting aliens or killing Nazi zombies, sign me up.
Might as well be a speedrunner.
Speaking of which, let's see how much I remember. Uh, 128, 64, 32.
0, 2, 4.
255 is everyone. 2, 129.
Kitty says.
128
5.
and 1. Nori.
3. 8. 1. 7. 6. 9. Madam Fabulous says.
10.
Kitty says. Theo.
Nori. 32 and 2. 32 and 4.
Don't tell Jess.
32. 64. 2.
Yes, Daddy.
255. 255. 225. 250, 252. 17 is 16 and 1. 2. Whatever. You guys may hate. Yeah, I'm not even cheating. What are we not telling Jess? I'm not cheating. You guys, all this, you're going to force me to cheat. That's what you're going to do. What is this? That's 0. It's 8, 12, 13. Poof. 8, 19, 11. 255. No, 4. 13 is 8, 8, and 4, and 1. This is 255. 2, 1, 2, 4, 8.
2, 8, 16, 24, 10, 154, 255.
Now, why would you F with me? $37 is 36 and 1. It's 32.
Because it will make you better.
32 and 4 is 36 and 1. 1 is 1. This is 4 and 1 is 5. 7. Crap. I forgot it. 240.
2 is 1. And 1 is none.
37 would be 32. 32 and 4 and 1. 6 is 4, 5, 6. This is 64, 65. 33 is 32 and 1. 248 is 255.
Says
5, 6, 7. It's all of them except for 7. 10.
But did you know?
4,
7, 8, 9.
8 and 2. 8 and 2 is 10. 4 is 4. 1, 8. 6. 8 and 4 is 12. It's 2. 31 is, this is 32, so it's all but 32. 9 is 8 and 1. 128 is this one. 127 is all of them except for the last one. This is 240. 240. 15 is 8. 8 and 4 is 12. 13, 14, 15. 127 is 2. 8, 10. 8, 10. 57. Okay, 64. No, it's too much. 32 and 16. Shit. 48. 48. And then another 8 is 56, 57.
Lol.
What's so funny?
Just
13. 8, 12, 13. Fuck, I don't know what that is. 32, 34. 36 is...
This game is funny.
Why is it funny? Is it helping me learn binary? 32, another 4. 36, 69. 64. Whoops. 16. 8 and 16 is 24. This is 127. Oh, I know what this is. 63. 255.
Is 256.
8.
GG.
Translated from Latvian.
137. 224s. That 12 is 8 and 4. 16, 22. I think I'm getting better. I'm getting a lot better. The subtraction ones are the ones that trip me up. So I do a form of addition. What the fuck? 193. Wait. Nice. 120s, 128. Wait, what? 120. Shit, they're gone. 128. 129, 127. 120. This last one's 120. Shit. What in the fuck? Why did this screw me up? 127 and 1 is 128. It's 129. The last one's 128. It's 129. Fucking asshole.
Says, why are you so bad?
No, I'm actually getting much better. Thank you very much. This is a no shit talking zone right now.
Don't even know what you're doing. Is it a binary code game?
It is a binary code game. Are you playing? Beat my score then. Screenshots or it didn't happen.
Madam Fabulous says.
Web link.
Kitty
We'll
says.
click on that.
Noiki one really.
Theo one really. Nailed it. I'll click on that. I got to level 4. I'm getting better. Fucking haters. Oh, this is added to
Madam
Theo's a
Fabulous
cheater?
says, and haven't been back there since.
I wasn't cheating!
Carl smile.
Where was I
Translated from
cheating?
Spanish.
Heaven forbid the exercise get any harder. I don't know what Nori hasn't seen this? Nor you've seen this.
Kitty says.
Oh, there you go.
No.
Apparently, allegedly, in quotes, not in quotes, allegedly, Madam Fabulous caught me cheating.
Fabulous says.
At Noriko Neko, I'm a fastidious historian.
Allegedly. Said dope. Like mauve and fuchsia? They're not even close. What? Brown, light pink, and bright pink.
Allegedly implies that I'm wrong. Check yourself.
I mean, doesn't even look like me. Who's that guy? It could be anyone. I don't know. I'm not trying to point the finger, but and what does grumpy have to do with me being a cheater? I'm not allowed to be grumpy? Cheating makes this way more fun.
You're always grumpy when you do the neat puzzle as.
Kitty says. Haha. Translated from Tagalog. Such a cheater.
Allegedly. And that little binary exercises catapults us right into IPv4 subnetting. But what happened? Oh, I need to log in again.
Jess says.
Is Theo cheating again?
No.
British old.
No.
Translated
I am
from
not.
Croatian.
It's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not cheating.
British Angie.
No, Angie face. I'm not cheating.
Kitty says. Jests. Jess says.
Yes, Nori? What did Theo do this time?
I'm innocent. I did nothing wrong.
Kitty says. Breathed Noiki one really.
I forget which
Jess
ones.
says, quit breathing, Theo. British Angie.
Quit breathing. Burp SQI. Let's get you one you can use in email. Evil Jinx? Yeah. Let's try to drop an Evil Jinx.
Hinakama 9 says.
Discord is starting to become a problem, lol. Web link.
Jess says.
There you go. Grab that
Nori
one.
says you
Mellow. I'm not allowed to breathe. When is that a rule? When does that rule start? Mellow, grab Evil Jinx, Mellow. That'll help you do fishing. for the level you're on.
Kitty says,
No, ma'am.
new rule today. Madam Fabulous says,
S1B0 ready stare.
translated from German.
Mello, you may not, or I don't know, maybe you will be now that you have level 500.
SSML error. SSML error. SSML error. SSML error. SSML error. SSML error.
Kitty says,
Pennant Gamer.
how can Evil Jinx help with fishing? I'd have thought a fishing pole would be a great start first.
Thank you, Pennant Gamer, for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Who got them? Hey, Fixit got one. Dylan RG Gaming, Shadow Crushers, Hikari.
It is it in the error. Translated from Spanish.
Denny Gentar Cardana. I can't even say that. Thank you, Pennant Gamer. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. I truly appreciate it.
John says Neovamisbus says,
XD.
translated from Spanish.
Pennant Gamer, how many
Pinocchio9
points?
says,
How many points you have?
Yeti says,
That's a nice hype train you got there.
John says Neovamisbus says,
Theo keeps wiping out my points.
I know. Oh, that's a level 2 hype train, Yeti. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. You know, if you have a Prime sub, now would be a great time to use it. If anyone has a Prime sub. Whoops. Assign points. Pinnock.
Madam Fabulous says,
Theo points are meaningless.
Really now? How many points do you have, Madam Fabulous?
SSML
Spectre.
error. SSML
Spectre
error.
with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Spectre. Did you know Spectre was the first one to help me out with my server? Donating RAM to the cause. Thanks, Spectre. Appreciate the support.
SSML error. SSML error. SSML error. SSML error.
Madam Fabulous says,
I'm just saying the inflation is out of control.
John says Neovamisbus says,
And now that RAM is probably in a drawer. Lol.
Pinocchio9 says,
Hey, level 3. We are almost to level 4.
Kitty says, I just download RAM, it's easier.
SSML error. SSML error.
More!
SSML error.
Yeti!
SSML error.
We're
SSML error.
throwing a little hype train party,
SSML
gang.
error.
John says Neovamisbus says,
These 7
Level
H30
4.
gats.
Level 4 hype train. Sponsored by
Artman3 on
Yeti,
YouTube says,
Spectre,
Hello.
and Pinnock Gamer. Thank you very much for the hype train. Yeti, John, Spectre, Monkey Shaw 14, TSGPL, Bam Bitch 3, Black Mouse, and Ken 6194 got them from Spectre, and Yeti gifted 5 to Tech Bitin', We're Hacking Live, Mind Asteris, Splash Games EX, and Tech.
John says
Anthem 3. Hello, how you doing today?
B7H30 Pa.
Has Man and Fabulous stared at me yet?
Bright Jess just cheered 100 bits. Thank you so much.
Jess.
Jess says
Uni 100.
Thank you. Jess, you don't have to do that.
British old.
Translated from Croatian.
Mello, you just fish with Evil Jinx, fish or spoof with Evil Jinx, and it'll, if you succeed, fish or spoof with Evil Jinx, you just fish or spoof. You don't need to type in Evil Jinx. If you have it in your possession and it succeeds, it gives you more points. Thanks for the gigantic emotes.
Says,
I gotta learn how to play this game, lol.
Kitty says Jess. Jess says
Nori.
Mel0WX says
Oh.
Kitty says coming movies in few hours. We know Theo won't come. Mel0WX says
Well, we're leaving.
Darn.
I'm leaving the house here in a little bit. What is that? Spectre.
John
Spectre with
2.0
150
just
bits.
cheered
Thank you for
150 bits.
the
Thank
level
you so
4
much.
completed hype train. We're on level 5? What's the highest we've gotten?
John says Neovamisbist says
Cheer 150.
Mel0WX says
The level requirement.
Jess says
I don't know yet.
Mel0WX says
Woo.
Pinakamer9 says
You should cover this Discord vulnerability if you haven't already come across this web link.
John says Neovamisbist says
Someone needs to gift 6 subs go at Noriko Neko.
There it is. You see it land, Mellow? That's what it does. Fishing is typically one of the first attacks. It only generates like 10, 15, 20 points, something like that. But it doubles with Evil Jinx. Hey.
Go away with these rules.
What do you want to do? You just want to just run the commands willy-nilly? You just have to move to the location. It tells you, do exclamation point attacks, and it'll tell you what you can do at that place.
I want to hack Evil Corp.
You have to level up to that. There, see? If you're an email, you can do fish, spoof, or dump. But it depends on your level. It literally tells you in the help.
Says,
Oh, okay.
John says Neovamisbist says
Dude, how am I
supposed to know this?
Jess says
This is too complex. I'm out.
John says Neovamisbist says
How am I supposed to know there is a help? XD.
Translated from Spanish.
How many points does Jess have? Oh, Jess is not signed up.
Jess says
Whatever you made me get the first day XD.
I think we've reset it since then. I don't think you're in there.
I was.
John says Neovamisbist says
Yeah, I get points.
Jess says
What did you do to my points?
I'll give them back
British
to you.
Angie.
No Angie face. Oh no, yeah. You get 29 points. Here. And the get we do assign points for the bits. Assign points 250. Righteous.
John says Neovimisbist says.
E7H30 Angie Shake.
Jess says.
Woo. 3 points.
Yep.
Points?
And who else? Spectre did.
Danger Dance.
Translated from French. Tusky Finsky says.
I earned my points like a big man.
Until I run virus. And I take them away.
John says Neovimisbist says.
I need a lot of points. You took so many away from me.
Okay, relax.
Jess
There you
says-
go.
You have to give Spectre 1 point less than me.
John says Neovimisbist says.
Hype train
At least another
success. Level 5. Hey, thank you all. It means a lot. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the help. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you for the subs.
Mel0WX says.
Apologies for the spamming.
Jess says.
No, it's okay.
Because I have been following you longer than Spectre.
I've
John
tried.
says Neovimisbist says.
Bald folk gotta stick together.
Pinakama9 says.
I tried to get it to go to I tried to get it to go to whispers, but AI couldn't figure out how to do it. So it's going back to chat so we can play, so people can play. And besides, it doesn't read it. It won't read it out loud, so I don't hear it. But if you say something, I'm going to hear it. So play. Let's play the game.
Jess says.
Choo choo plot twist.
John says Neovimisbist says.
I've been subbing longer.
Jess.
Choo choo, behold this.
What?
Jess says.
Theo. British old.
No Engie face.
Translated from Croatian.
Why am I being stared at? We're having a good time. This is a good time. Let's everyone have fun. Let's have a good time. What? How many does Spectre have?
Madam Fabulous says.
Stare. S1V0 ready
520.
stare.
Translated from
Rauga.
German.
How you doing, Rauga?
Jess says.
You gave Spectre more points than me.
John says Neovimisbist
I thought I gave you both the same.
Do Y and T to play a GMA?
Oh, I did 250.
Jess says.
And you didn't give Nori any points.
Roga says.
Hey, fine, I came from YouTube.
Oh, cool. Thank you for coming over from YouTube. YouTube doesn't like serving
John
up my
says
content to anyone.
Neovimisbist says.
Nori got some earlier.
Jess says.
Wait. How many points does Nori have now?
John says Neovimisbist says.
I need more. You took away like 1,250 from me.
No, you did. You used virus, and you shouldn't have used virus. That's not my fault. You knew the rules. I'm about to run virus anyways. What is Nori's probably not even signed up to play.
You didn't warn me. Where are the rules? There are none. Lol.
Oh, Nori is signed up. All right, I'll give Nori points. Rauga, thank you for the follow. So how's it going today? What are you doing today?
And how many points did you give Nori?
Huh? I'm going to give Nori points now.
Kitty says. I do not know how to play.
There.
John says Neovimisbist says.
No one does Nori.
Roga says.
I don't understand anything, but this place seems cool.
Theo stare.
Jess says,
Theo, Angie
Too bad
face.
there are no rules for playing. Or something called help.
Theo, Angie face, Nori. Not even registered. I can't give you points if you're not registered. There's not a Raspberry Pi giveaway. Spectre, what are you doing? You know what? That's it. There's not a Raspberry Pi giveaway. Yes! Inspector. Well, Rauga, thank you for popping in. This is a pretty fun place. And again, there's not a Raspberry Pi giveaway. Rumbo, that's not how that works.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Nori is providing the pie.
Mel0WX says,
Okay.
Translated from Haitian Creole. Roga says,
Hey John, man standing emoji.
Oh my
Jess
God.
says,
There's another one? I forgot you created the mug thing also.
Where is my mug, Theo?
You can
Kitty says,
I don't know what to tell you.
Mug.
I with situation as it is right now, I can't. I'm not. There's no mug yet.
John says Neovamisbist says,
I will take a look at this.
for
Thank you.
Theo.
Jess says,
You just got like 500 gift subs.
John says Neovamisbist says,
I did 500.
Jess says,
That's at least one mug. So I'm waiting on mine.
All right. I'm going to reset the bot.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Good luck with the riffraff.
Mellow, looking good. Level 5, 500 points. Your mugs are in my Amazon. It is.
Mel0WX says,
This is a grind.
Jess says,
PFFFFT. You had to think too hard for that.
Jess says,
Show proof.
Oh, no, I'm a liar. I don't know if that's going to work, Mellow. The first two things in my Amazon list.
Mel0WX says,
Uh-oh.
Jess says,
Or. It really is.
Oh, you're Mellow. You're already down? There wasn't even any hits.
Jess says, Mel0WX says.
Just fainted in battle. Oh.
Theo says.
Status Mel0WX.
Brumbo says.
Looks like you got some improper access control on that command.
Yeah, we could try to fix it. Like, you know what I mean? Let's try to fix it. What else am I doing? Okay. So here, we'll try to do it the old-fashioned way first. Boss battle.
Jess says.
Okay, since Theo hasn't fed me, I need to go get food. British stare.
Thank you for the lurk, Jess.
Wise Stone says.
I swear every time I hear British stare, I think it's saying British stare.
Yeah, it does. It does sound like that.
Jess says.
It does XT.
Is it me? Is the boss hitting too hard? Oh, it is. It's a random integer between 10 and 30. And the players only have 10 hit points. That probably has something to do with it.
Mel0WX says.
Is that a custom code software or a plugin?
It's just VS Code. If there's any formatting or it's just the normal VS Code. It has Klein attached to it that helps with developing the code. And what is this? Windsurf now? It used to be called something else that helps interpret the code also. Right, so where is the players?
Players got to get stronger.
We could start them at...
Mel0WX says.
Oh, okay, Klein is what I was looking at in Windsurf. Thank you.
So where's the players? This is what I think I have. I think I have 1,000. Where's the players? Well, that's their damage. I need the player hit points. Hit points. HP. Well, where it's at.
John says Neovimispist says.
Do you even hack, bro?
Oh, it's health. Starts at 10. So maybe we do. I mean, I don't know. I don't want you guys to be too strong. 50.
The H is for health, yes.
Roga says.
He looks like a super hacker. Man standing emoji.
Thank you, Rauga. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's say 50. Don't want you all beating
John
me too
says
fast.
Neovimispist says.
He is super at getting banned. X.
Hack the Planet says.
That happened.
Gotta make us get some armor and weapons to enhance our characters before we attack the boss. D.
Okay, yes, yeah, there we go, saved. Okay, restart it.
Roga says.
Oh, banned from what?
I got banned from Hack the Box briefly when I leaked a flag from a business CTF on stream.
John says Neovimispist says.
I call Keanu.
Okay, let's try boss battle now. I gotta spell it right first. Okay, get in here.
Mel0WX says.
Am I strong enough, lol?
Maybe, I think. Boss baby. Thanks, Mello.
Can I get some help, chat, lol?
Thank you for helping me try to troubleshoot this Mello. Poor Mello. Too late. Too late. Here, I'll start it again. You need to type ! join battle.
John says Neovimispist says.
I don't know what to type.
Literally,
Where are
in
the rules?
the box above, it says. Wait. It didn't.
Mel0WX says.
Wait for the battle to start, guys.
Oh, I have a what is that called? I have a cooldown. Hold on.
Why Stone says.
Says have to wait 58 minutes.
John says
timer,
Neovimus
yeah.
Best says.
Theo. Romit. Broke.
Mel 0WX says.
Timer. Oh yay, cooldown.
Super Gerbil. Absolutely not.
John says Neovimus Best says.
Neovim is bet.
Son of a bitch. Hold down.
Best is Neovim. Theo loves Neovim.
So what? Can I set that to 0? Let me set it to 0. There we go. Join battle! Exclamation point, join battle. Thanks, Mello. Max 5 members. Super Germal, nice. I'll have to increase that size. Whitestone, thank you.
John says
Exclamation
Neovimus
point,
Best
join
says.
battle.
What do I type?
It literally says in the chat.
Lol.
Mel 0WX says.
I'm struggling, haha.
Mellow.
John says Neovimus Best says.
What a dick, one hits us all.
Okay. Did it end?
Mel 0WX says.
All a part of my Villian origin story.
John says Neovimus Best says.
I added cookies to the drop. Okay, let me go back over.
I don't know the command to check.
I don't think there's a command to check yet. Or drop random. Wireshark. VX Underground. Metasploit.
John says Neovimus Best says.
It's not.
Where are the
cookies
commands,
aren't
Jeeves?
working. Cookies aren't working.
XD.
Translated from Spanish.
Do I have an items? Where am I? Oh, that's why. Okay,
know what
so
would be really useful?
I don't know. You tell me what would be really useful. Because I'm a game developer. But what is it? Well,
A printout of commands.
okay. I mean, that kind of feels like that's all of them right there.
Mel 0WX says.
Use. Help command.
Thank you, Mello.
John says Neovimus Best says.
In About Us, I mean, so it's just there all the time.
Supergirl will try exclamation point attacks to see where you are. Okay, so
Mel0WX says,
I already grabbed Wireshark.
I think you can only have one of each anyways. There you go. Try fish! Exclamation point fish. Super Germal. Okay.
John says Neovimisfist says,
Theo is an indie game dev.
Yeah. So indie, I can't even stand it. Super Germal. Okay, so okay, I gotta make it the same as this one. And I need a comma because I'm adding to it. Oh, look at that. Cobalt Strike item adversarial simulation software. And then I got to put it in there. Okay, that's fine. All right. But no, we're going to do cookies. Tab. Whoa. Cookies. Item is a string and then item. Stored session data. And what's the 5 for?
Ratchet LG 1977 says,
Afternoon all.
Hey, Ratchet. 1977. That was a good year.
Point boost maybe.
Evil Jinx is 20. I feel like cookies should be 15. Get rid of the comma. And I think we're good now. Yeah. Okay. Save it. No, I don't think I got to restart the bot. I think let's try to get a cookie to drop. Drop random.
Ratchet LG 1977 says,
Tired lol. Drove 700 miles yesterday to break a password in 10 seconds to prove a point lol.
I can't get a cookie to drop. Maybe I do got to reset it.
Mel0WX says,
Uh-oh.
Yeah, really.
Ratchet LG 1977 says,
Cookie? Is it chocolate chip or oatmeal raisin?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh's right. We broke it. Maybe I got rate. Maybe we got rate limited. Me and Spectre were sending commands like right on top of each other.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Won't give me my Wireshark, I see how it is. Lol. I was sending fake commands.
Just shouldn't bother it, or just ignore it.
I blame Theo.
Kitty says. I blame Theo too. John says Neovamisbist says.
He was too Cookie Monster focused.
I mean, I followed all the same. Oh wait, was it cookie or cookies? Cookies.
You and your vibe coding tongue.
I didn't change anything that was crazy.
Jess says.
What are we blaming Theo for?
John says Neovamisbist says.
Everything in code is crazy.
Mel0WX says.
Oh, maybe the numbers were the
Don't
level
tell
required.
Jess.
Kitty says. Everything Noiki one wiggle. Jess says.
Theo.
Jess.
British old.
Translated from Croatian.
I can't get it to reset.
Are you breaking things, Theo?
I am.
Don't tell Jess.
I don't know what it's running. I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. I can't get it to reset.
Supergirl says.
You can check the output.
How? What do you mean?
Jess says.
Not with that attitude.
Oh, real quick.
Supergirl says.
Now he is running for his life.
Kitty says. Mel0WX says,
What the heck, haha.
Ratchet LG 1977 says,
Lol.
Nori.
Kitty says, Noiki Wonder. Translated from Indonesian.
Nori's an expert at abusing the text-to-speech bot. Nori.
Brumbo says,
Yes, Daddy.
Translated from Dutch.
That tracks. Well.
Hack the Planet says,
You'll love HTB seasonal this week. The real struggle is just getting a box instance to spawn.
Really? They having trouble?
Brumbo says, Classic.
All right, maybe I need to restart the box.
Tabby says,
Have you tried switching the universe off and back on again?
About to. Tabby. Tabby the Panda, good to see you again. How are you doing?
Jug Bell says,
Hey, Theo, how are you? Have you done OSCP finally?
Nope. Jug Pearl, thank you for asking. Good to see you too. Not yet. There is not a Raspberry Pi. You know what? There is. There's a Raspberry Pi giveaway. When we'll pull the ticket, I've got no idea. No clue. And even if we do, the shipping time on a Raspberry Pi giveaway is like 4 years. So get in there. Get in the Raspberry Pi giveaway.
Tabby says,
Bye.
Ratchet LG 1977 says,
You and me at Polo.
We don't even know what kind of mug it is. Mello, you've stumbled upon my Amazon affiliate link. If you see something there that you like, please feel free to purchase. If there's something you're going to buy on Amazon, let me know, and I can generate a link for you. I didn't create the Raspberry Pi
Kitty says,
giveaway.
Web link. Jess says, it's your stream though.
No cake. Tabby the Panda, no cake, I'm sorry to say.
Tabby
There
says,
is not a Raspberry Pi.
So pie,
You know
but
what?
no cake.
There is.
Jess says,
There's a Raspberry
I
Pi
didn't
giveaway.
create it either, but I sure have entered it.
When we'll pull the ticket, I've got no idea. No clue. Any? Thank you, Nori. So pie, but no cake. Correct. Raspberry Pi specifically. Down here is the song that's playing right now. I think we're in the Base Rebels playlists.
Roga says,
I see.
I'm trying to fix the bot. I had a couple updates, apparently. I didn't realize. So I'm trying to fix the bot. We're still connected. Well, I'm still connected to the Ubuntu machine that runs the bot. But I don't know. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Restart now. Sure. So that bet command is stream elements. Nori.
Kitty says, ah.
There you go. You're in the cake giveaway.
Now 0WX says,
We started the whole thing, haha.
Mel 0WX says,
I can feel the pain.
Jess says,
the cake is a lie, British stare.
The cake is a lie.
Says,
Hi. How is your SCP cert?
I wouldn't know. How you doing, Urfom? Urfom? That's right. Welcome back, Urfom. I haven't taken it yet.
Mel 0WX says,
50 more followers until the goal, woo.
John says, Neovenistus says,
What did you do?
I have no
Kitty
idea what we
says,
did.
there we go, Noiki wonder.
I have no I got no idea why it's not working now. I didn't change anything that was crazy. I added cookies to painful bought that pie. No, items.
Jess says,
Right lol.
translated from Estonian. John says Neovamisbist says,
It's the cookies.
It can't be the
Reverse.
cookies. It's nothing.
Hack the Planet says,
Cookies are delicious.
I mean, really.
John says Neovamisbist says,
When in doubt, revert it out.
How would this line of code affect its connectivity?
Hack the Planet says,
Gotta get that fresh out of the oven chocolate chip with a little vanilla bean ice cream. Chef's kiss.
Kitty says, because you wrote it. John says Neovamisbist says,
Ooh.
Brumbo says, ouch.
Hating.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Frappuccino powder on vanilla bean ice cream.
Kitty says, Theo doing so many giveaways, such a nice guy. John says Neovamisbist says,
Sorry, cappuccino.
Mellow. Thank you for the Prime sub. You know, you get one free of those subs every month. Thank you for using it on me. I'm trying desperately to fix the bot because Mello, you've been playing. But I don't understand what I did or what happened.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Yeah, you didn't say burn it on me.
Jess says,
Ooh, who subs to Theo? Noiki 1 EU.
Mel0WX says,
I'll fix it.
It's okay, I had a lot of fun.
Okay. You know what? A lot of very awesome people subs
Kitty
to me.
says,
Thank you very much.
IKR, translated from Danish.
I know, right?
Like the planet!
Supergirl says,
I've been here
Try
the
Taylor
whole
slash prop
time.
slash pit slash FD slash 2 with the pit of your bot.
Nothing in this world that's worth
Jess
having
says,
comes easy.
I mean, I say that and totally don't sub to you.
Kitty says, I wouldn't sub for you, but I will dom for you Noiki 1 bleb. Jess says,
British old.
Translated from Croatian.
I know what you're trying to get me to do, Nori. What are you British holding me for? I'm trying to find the PID of the bot. Or you know what? PSOX grep painful bot. No. It's a service.
Kitty says, what am I trying to get you to do, Daddy? Roga says,
I wouldn't sub for you because I am broke. Man standing emoji.
Mel0WX
You don't have to.
says,
It's cool.
Why does the translation
Just you
keep
hanging out.
changing? Ha ha.
Roga, just hanging out's fine.
Jess says,
Everyone should sub to Theo, even though he tells lies and cheats.
I don't tell lies. I've been known to cheat, but I haven't cheated recently.
Roga says.
Glory to Theo.
Jess says.
You lied to me last week actually.
Erfom says.
Doesn't systemic status show the PID?
Kaksu's bot says.
Hi.
Kazoo is bot. Hi, how are you? Are you a bot? I feel like I should ask that question.
Kaksu's bot says.
Damian purple tail, Damian purple mid, Damian purple sub timber. No. Kak.
Translated from Indonesian.
Erfom, thanks. It does 31.99. So what was that command?
Jess says.
Yo. You're ignoring what I said.
What do you mean? 31.99.
Dayloop says.
I am bot. Sparkles. Tomato. Sparkles.
Jess says.
I said.
Jess says.
You lied to me last week.
What did I lie? What did I lie about? I don't think I did. I didn't lie. What did I say?
You did.
Supergirl says.
Proc not PRC.
Thank you,
Erfom
Supergirl.
says.
What did I?
Theo, really? Are you talking with bots?
Jess says.
I will Discord you.
I don't think I lied.
You know I have proof.
Dayloop says.
Poof goes the proof.
Jess says.
Oh, wow.
That's the face of being caught.
Yeah. No, it is. It is. I remember you telling me. I remember specifically like what I was going to say. I'm sorry. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Still there?
Mel0WX says.
I should put an initial on GitHub, haha.
Jess says.
Yes. Until Monday.
Yeah, Jess, I'm sorry. I don't have any excuse. I'm like genuinely, I'm being serious right now. I've got no excuse, and I'm sorry. I'm taking care of it right now, though. Yeah, no, 100%. I didn't. No excuse. Okay. Roga, thank you for the lurk. Well, I don't know what's supposed to be there, but I don't see it. It's right? Catching commands, but it's not working at all.
Airfarm says,
Why don't you use Journal for ZU your unit?
I don't know. You tell me. Nope.
Supergirl says,
Try instead strace right peepid.
Airfarm says,
Maybe it's better to debug the app without system dewrapper.
No such process. It changed 4125. Operation not permitted. Sudo. Bang bang.
Supergirl says,
No painful means doing it the hard way.
Trace. Process attached.
Mel0WX says,
No pain, no gain.
Correct window. What's it doing? Missed the character.
I've been here the whole time.
I don't know. Oh well. Well, we're not going to solve it today. I just looked at the clock. We have something we got to go do with the family. So I am going to send us over to Ragano. Yes, please get in the Raspberry Pi giveaway ASAP. You never know when I'm going to pull the ticket. I don't even know when I'm going to pull the ticket.
Rogus is.
Between the squats, the burpees, and the push-ups and the leg lift, which one is harder for him?
Jess says.
If we're lucky, it'll be 5 years for shipping.
Squats are probably the hardest right now. I'm still sore from yesterday, but I'm not doing them before I go. Save your points, Rawiga. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Jess, Nori, beloved moderators. Zemetrix, Supergermal, Angel, Brumbo, Madam Fabulous, DM Nick, Elragano, Gray Hatter, Mellow, thank you for the follow, Pinnet Gamer, Pure, Rauga, thank you for the follow, Urfom, good to see you again, We're Hacking Live, Yeti, Hack the Planet, thank you for the subs, Yeti, thank you. Pinnet Gamer, thank you for the subs. Thank you for the bits, Jess. And Spectre, thank you for the subs. This is very funny by Jess. Oh, you know what? Actually, we haven't seen Trash Puppy in a while. How about we raid Trash Puppy? Stick around for the raid. Tell Trash Puppy we said hello. I gotta raid and run. Use the raid messages. All right?
Rogus is.
Adios.
Jess says.
That didn't sound the same as usual.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bye-bye. Mel0WX says.
See you, Theo.
See you later. Thanks for hanging out. All right, see you later.
Jess says.
Dino dance.